Good evening. The time is 6:30. I'd like to call this regular Board of Education meeting to order. The first item on our agenda this evening is the roll call of those board education members who are present. Trustee Goodrich, would you perform the roll call, please?
Certainly, Madam President. Trustee Sutton Kennedy.
Present.
Trustee Fields. Trustee Goodrich, I'm here. Trustee Townsend.
Here.
Trustee Espy.
Here.
Vice President Lee.
Present.
President Hawkins.
Here, we have all Board of Education members present. Next on our agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. I'd like to invite everyone present to join us in reciting of the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next, that takes us to, before we accept the agenda, we have an amendment that we'd like to have the board consider, which is to move our public comment section up earlier on the agenda due to the length of the meeting this evening. So that would come before action item 5A on the agenda, and everything that follows will adjust the numbers so that 7 is 8, 6 is 7, and so on and so forth. Do any board members, so thank you, Trustee Goodrich, for sending that request to consider moving the public comments up earlier. Is the board okay with us making this adjustment before we move to accept the agenda, the amended agenda?
Yes.
Everyone's okay? Okay, perfect. All right, at this time, is there a motion to accept the agenda as amended?
Madam President, this is Trustee Goodrich. I move that the Board of Education accept the agenda as amended.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Trustee Goodrich. Is there support for this motion?
Trustee Espy, I support.
Thank you. Supported by Trustee Espy. All those in favor? Those opposed? That motion carries. Thank you, Board. Next, that takes us to item 4, which is achievements, awards, and recognition. And at this time, I will turn it over to Dr. Zachary Ross to introduce our first presentation, which are our points of pride from Estabrook Elementary. Dr. Zachary Ross.
Thank you, Madam President. At this time, it is my pleasure to welcome a tremendous group of scholars. We have a large group with us today, led by their illustrious leader, Ryan Johnson. He is, along with his leadership team, bringing the scholars from Estabrook Elementary. Yes, you do. I'm excited about it.
Good evening, everybody. I am so excited to be able to announce and share, or the students to announce and share, just a few of the highlights that are happening here at Estabrook Elementary right down the street. They are excited, they're nervous, but they're going to shock us. So at this time, I'm just going to turn it over to the kids because they're the show, not me.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Joshua and I'm in 4th grade. At Estabrook, we are especially proud of our Eagle's Nest. This is our school-wide space where students can take a break, reset, and get the support they need to be ready to learn. When the students visit the Eagle's Nest, they can talk with a trusted adult, use calming tools, or take a moment to breathe before returning to class. It helps us stay focused, manage our emotions, and make better choices during the school day.
Hi, my name is Waden and I am in 4th grade. The Eagle's Nest also shows how much our school community cares about every student. Teachers, staff, and families work together so the nest feels welcoming and safe for everyone. Because of this teamwork, students feel more confident and ready to do their best. Our Eagle's Nest is a great example of how Estabrook continues to put our scholars and families' needs at the top of their list.
Hi, my name is Haran. I'm in 5th grade. Our day started with an all-school assembly full of cultural performances, including a Brazilian capoeira dance. In the evenings, family joining us for food, fun, and more student performances. It was an amazing celebrating all the cultures, countries, and languages at Estabrook. Hello, my name is Batul and I'm in 4th grade. Since Mr. Johnson became our principal, 2 awesome Estabrook traditions have kept us connected. 1 month, 1 school, 1 book, and our talent show. This March will be our 8th year reading the same book together as a whole school. The book is already chosen and on the way, and we're planning lots of fun activities for students and families. Our reading family is growing too. Ypsilanti Connected Community School joined us last year, and Pewens is joining this year. So what's the big question? What book are we reading? Come back in March to find out.
Hi, my name is Ollie and I'm in 4th grade. Our talent show is one of the traditions that really shows the heart of Estabrook. It's a chance for students to get on stage and show their creativity, confidence, and amazing talents. Our family packed the audience cheering for every performer. The talent show reminds us that every student has something special to share, and together, these traditions help Estabrook keep the crowd to new highlights.
Hi, my name is Dennis and I'm in 5th grade. Our Estabrook Makerspace is an amazing place where students can explore, create, and try out cool technology. When we walk in, we feel excited and proud. We want to thank the Ypsilanti Community Schools Administration, the Board of Education, Toyota, and Kelly Mickle for helping design, fund, and build this space. Because of their support, our Makerspace helps us learn new skills, solve problems, and show our creativity every day.
Students from Y High come to Estabrook twice a week to lead writing buddies. There are 23 third graders who started in 2nd grade and now write, create, and learn from high school mentors. Ms. Turlip helps run the program, and the high school students show us how to make our writing more fun and colorful.
Hi, my name is Easton. I'm in the 5th grade. Mr. Morrow also has a cool coding class where we get to learn about and create coding projects such as video games using a program called Scratch. We already have students that have created their very own video games using coding. King's Corner is a program that helps our boys grow social and emotionally so they can do their best in school and in life. We work with 30 awesome boys who are learning how to understand their feelings and make positive choices. Mr. Josh meets with them every day to teach them about emotions, friendship, and handling tough situations. King's Corner gives them a safe place to talk, share, and learn. These boys are leaders. They are kings, and the world is starting to see it.
Hi, my name is Kayana. I'm in 5th grade. Our student council, led by Ms. Hubbard, has 19 students who help plan Spirit Week, raise money, and make our school community stronger. Our green team has 8 students who work with Ms. Turlip and locally recycling partners and collecting, recycling, and teach everyone about reducing, reusing, and recycling. Miss Powell and Miss Tamika led our safety patrol squad with 25 fifth graders and 22 fourth graders. They help keep our hallways safe during arrival and dismissal by reminding everyone of our school expectations.
Hi, my name is Angel, and I'm in the 4th grade. CHIP Childhood Hunger Initiative Power Pack aims to combat food insecurity and support children who rely on school meals during the weekend. When children are not at school, they may not have the access to the meals they depend on. We're incredibly grateful to the women of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Inc. for their dedication and commitment to our students.
My name is Kenneth, and I am in the 4th grade. Ypsi Free Methodist Church has kindly partnered with our school to support both staff and students with positive moments. Kids Hope is a partnership formed between Esbrook and St. Luke Lutheran Church. The volunteers provide mentorship to students at Esbrook during lunchtime with academic support and help build social interaction skills. BBBS, Big Brother Big Sister, partnered with Esbrook to provide mentorship to students during lunchtime. They build social emotional skills and engage in fun learning.
At Estherbrook, our teachers and staff are always learning new skills to help students who speak 18 different languages. Right now, 2 teachers have finished their English learner training. 5 more are working on it with help from YCS and local universities. Our support staff is learning too. Some are studying to become teachers or social workers. All this learning helps everyone feel supported, understood, and ready to grow.
They say it themselves. Thank you, everybody, for letting us take just a small portion of your time. Thank you, board, for your support, Dr. Zachary Ross, and the entire executive board for their support as well. A lot of the things and a lot of decisions that, or visions that we have are because of the support of not only the board, but just also our administration, too. So thank you, Estherbrook. Thank you, YCS, and thank you, students.
As our Estherbrook scholars return to their seats or out of the boardroom, I just want to acknowledge.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, guys, come on back. I'm sorry. Sorry. I'm sorry, Dr. Hawkins.
It's okay.
Come back.
That's okay. I just want to commend all of you scholars for sharing the points of pride about your school. You exemplify excellence, and we are so thankful that you are here showing off your stuff at Estherbrook. Let's give these scholars another round of applause. I would also like to invite all of those parents, families, caregivers who are present, if they could stand to be recognized from Estherbrook, if you're here. And last but certainly not least, all of the educators, staff members, leadership at Estherbrook Elementary, if you could wave your hand or stand to be recognized. All right, thank you, Mr. Johnson and the Estherbrook community. Yes, Vice President Lee.
Madam President, wait 1 second, please. We did not get these 2 beautiful scholars' name or grade. Could you please state your name and grade loud and proud?
My name is Riley and I'm in 3rd grade.
My name is Musab and I'm in 5th grade.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you again, Estherbrook scholars, Estherbrook community members, everyone here in support of our young people. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Next, under awards, achievements, and recognition, we have National Special Education Day, and I will turn this over to Dr. Zachary Ross.
Thank you, Madam President. Special Education Day was first celebrated in 2005, which was the 30th anniversary of the Individuals with Disability Education Act, IDEA, under President Gerald Ford, which was signed into law November 29, 1975. IDEA made education accessible to all American children, and this day commemorates the progress made in special education. Before IDEA, many individuals with disabilities received little to no education. Schools were not required to make accommodations for children with disabilities. While some states offered special schools, the education and resources were not necessarily equal. Additionally, many parents couldn't afford to send their children away to special schools. The law stipulated that children with disabilities had a right to the same free education that every other child had access to. Between the ages of 3 and 21, there are 13 different areas in which children may qualify under the IDEA for services. IDEA was instrumental in increasing graduation rates for scholars with disabilities. At YCS, we value our students, support staff, and are grateful for all you do for our scholars. Thank you.
And next, we have National Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Day. Dr. Zachary Ross.
On December 14, 2025, we celebrate Athletic Administrators Recognition Day. At Ypsilanti Community Schools, we honor, respect, and value our athletic department. We want to make sure we recognize the importance of providing quality experiences and opportunities for growth, leadership, and the development of young people through sport. This would not be possible without the work of our athletic administrators, directors, coordinators, and support staff. We thank you for all that you do for our scholars, staff, and community. I don't see A.D. He was invited.
Oh.
The staff was invited.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Zachary Ross. Next, we have our first public comment portion for this evening. Ms. Haynes, thank you for bringing me the public comment cards. Prior to inviting members of the public to address the Board of Education, I would like to read the comment protocol, which reads as follows. Pursuant to Board of Education Policy 0167.3, the board recognizes the value of public comment on educational issues and the importance of allowing members of the public to express their views. Please limit statements to 3 minutes in duration. Participants shall direct all comments to the board and not to staff or other participants. No person may address or question board members individually, and all remarks shall be made in a respectful and professional manner. First, we have Alexander, is it Fortier? Please come address the board.
Excuse me, I wrote this out because I'm a very nervous public speaker. Last Tuesday, my child got home over an hour later than normal and burst into tears. She'd been switched to a different bus mid-route and didn't know why. The first I'd heard about this switch was a little earlier when I'd called transportation to ask where she was after waiting an unusually long time for her to be dropped off. Oh, she's on bus 135 now. You didn't know? Wait, what? Why? No one told me about that. There was zero communication to our family about that. When I started to ask for more clarifying information, such as, is this a permanent change or just today? And is this, if it is a permanent change, what are the new pickup and drop-off times? Instead of getting answers, I was transferred to the director's voicemail. When my wife called in the next school day to verify the status of the bus change and the new timing, she was told that the school should have notified us. By the way, the school had not known of this change. They had no record of any communication about it, and that the change had been made back in September. We found that hard to believe, given how many mornings I had to call in to ask where my child's bus is, since our stop gets skipped pretty much any time there's a substitute driver, despite multiple reassurances to us that our stop is on the list, a fact disputed by each substitute driver that I've spoken to about it. I find it puzzling why no one had informed us about this until now, having had plenty of opportunity to do so. Most of the times that our stop is skipped, they do send the bus back to us, but at this point, our child is already late to school. Sometimes I just end up driving her there rather than waiting, like the time we waited over an hour for a bus that never came, calling in several times, and being told it should be there within 10 minutes each time. But not everyone has that option. I know that we are not the only ones experiencing issues with transportation. I hear it all over. In fact, one of our child's classmates had to leave the district because he was missing too many days due to unreliable transportation. Whenever I see a text announcement about a bus that is simply not running at all that morning, I wonder how many of those kids just won't make it to school that day. For the district to constantly emphasize the need for consistent attendance and yet fail to provide a reliable means for students to achieve that. I understand that transportation issues have plagued this district for many years and that you've been continually working to address them, going so far as to stagger school start times in order to meet the needs of the student population with an undersized transportation capacity. However, reliability is not just about simple capacity, not just about more effectively apportioning limited resources. It is also about clear communication, proactively assessing the needs of the district's families, and better understanding our experiences. How can we improve this situation? I'm not asking for water squeezed from a stone. If it's a matter of resources, how can we address that? What does transportation need to work better? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Alexander Fortier. It is not our practice as a board to address members who address the public, but rest assured, a member of administration will be in touch with you to follow up on the concerns you raised today. Thank you. Next, we have Nancy Margolis.
I just hold it. Good evening. I'm Nancy Margolis. I'm the Executive Director of Embracing Our Differences, which is an art and education program that teaches about diversity, equity, and inclusion. We provide field trips for students and workshops and lesson plans for teachers. We're here tonight to thank you so much. The YCS has been terribly, terribly supportive and has helped us go to our mission, and we very, very much appreciate that. And I want to thank you, and I'm now going to introduce Kathy Fisk, who is a retired teacher.
I'm retired and still sick. My body doesn't realize that I'm not in school anymore, so I keep getting sick. I'm here as a representative also of Embracing Our Differences, Michigan, to call out and honor those phenomenal teachers who have supported their students to participate in Embracing Our Differences call for art and the YCS EOD arts extravaganzas in the past years. YCS students have had their expressive artwork on large banners seen at Gallup Park in Ann Arbor and Riverside Park in Ypsilanti, as well as participated in extraordinary performances, all promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion. As a reminder to our community, the mission statement of Ypsilanti Community Schools reads as follows. The purpose of YCS is to develop mindful, engaged students with the skill set, work ethic, and attitude to contribute to a community that honors diversity, equity, and justice. Teachers are the heart and soul of Embracing Our Differences. Their creativity, compassion, and commitment helps us celebrate the power of diversity and the beauty found in every perspective. They open minds and nurture empathy, building students to see the world through many lenses. So at this time, I'd like to verbally acknowledge those teachers who have participated and who I'm speaking of. Catherine Marsh of Ford Early Learning Center, Gary Kwan of Ypsilanti International Elementary School, Heidi Roberts of Estabrook Elementary, Heidi Shelton of Perry Early Learning Center, Lorinda Skunda of Ypsilanti Community High School, Stacy Schwartz of Estabrook Elementary, Isaac Tapley of Holmes Elementary, Jeff Trax of Ypsilanti Connected Community School. Those are the art teachers, the music teachers, and these are the people who participated in the 2025 Arts Extravaganza. Tyler Rindo of Estabrook Elementary, Jessica Johnson of Ford Early Learning Center and Ypsilanti Puente's Multilingual School, Scott Voitush of Ypsilanti International Elementary School, Daytona Chester, Ypsilanti Community Middle School, Derek Shelton, Middle School, Ryan Bowie, High School, and I already said Tyler, he's on here twice. We can also celebrate the first Diversity Day event that was highlighted in Estabrook's presentation. That was on November 19th. And additional diversity days are being scheduled for each YCS building to spring of 2026 with EOD support. Additional YCS teachers, Charlotte Tillerson of ACE and Celeste Green of Estabrook Elementary, now principal at Ypsilanti Puente's Multilingual School. Together, these teachers embody what it means to embrace our differences, to listen, to uplift, and to create a community where everyone belongs. Thank you for shining your light and reminding us that understanding begins with art, education, and love.
Thank you, Kathy Fisk and Nancy Margolis. Let us give Embracing Our Differences a round of applause. We appreciate you both taking the time to address the board and lifting up all the great work that is happening through Embracing Our Differences. So thank you. Next, that takes us to our action item, which is under Student Affairs, and that is the approval of the YCS 2025-2026 new winter classes for Ypsilanti Community High School. Is there a motion at this time?
Trustee Sutton Kennedy, move that the Board of Education approve the new YCHS winter classes.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Trustee Sutton Kennedy. Is there support for this motion?
Trustee Fields, I support.
Thank you. Supported by Trustee Fields. Any discussion on this item?
Yes, Madam President, I had a couple of questions.
Yes.
I see one of the courses is Introduction to Media and Performing Arts Technologies. And what I would like to know is, with the new classes that we have, do we have updated budget numbers to make sure that students have proper equipment for those courses, especially like, media and performing arts? We want to make sure the mic systems are good, whatever else stage equipment that they may need to have.
I'm sorry. No, so we have the materials, the budget. If anything else is needed, it will come right out of my curriculum department budget.
Okay. Yeah, because I just want to make sure, like, we have enough mics, the system, because when we have our students, like, we had a wonderful performance last week, but I want to make sure that we have the proper equipment there so that they can, when they're performing at their best.
Exactly. I agree.
Vice President Lee?
With the AI in the World Around You course, will that millage that will pass will that money be helping with that course?
It can, but the reality is, this course itself is going to be covered just out of the curriculum department, pretty much, because it's very. One of the approaches that we're using here, the principal today was speaking on this course and what it will offer. So it's going to offer that the young people are going to the teachers are facilitating, the students are driving the learning. So in essence, the students are going to co-design that course to make it very relevant for the students. So it's the students for student course. And so in essence, the co-creation is by our young people utilizing AI tools that are open educational resources that are free. Okay. And the other ones that they need, we're purchasing because we have those funds. So we have put those dollars aside to be able to cover that, and grants that we have.
Okay.
Doctor?
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
please.
So with the CTE millage, that's a whole separate, we have the CTE committee right now that is determining how those funds are being used. So that, like, for example, there's a meeting tomorrow stating what funds will be used locally, regionally, and countywide. And so it hasn't been determined yet how that will be distributed, what will be used next semester versus next year, and how those will be distributed. Once that's determined, it'll go to all the boards of education in the county, but it's through the CTE committee for the county. So it has not yet been determined how those funds will be distributed.
Okay.
Madam President?
Yes.
Do you know how these will fit into like their overall curriculum in terms of receiving credits or being in different subject areas? Will they all be considered just electives, or are they classified as different types, like science, art, math, that sort of thing, or technology? Or is it all across the board an elective?
So they are opportunities to get credit for other courses that they offer. They're required as well as elective, but they want to take them as elective. So they'll be open to both. But right now, we're shifting as a nation, and also at Michigan. So in our last, what was this, the training that you were, Sue, where they talked about that we're going to have a requirement by 2027 that we have to teach every student in a computer science course. So we're jumping the gun, meaning that we're way ahead to make sure that we have them all embedded in here, so that by the time it's required, we already it's already being offered in the district. So, yes.
Great.
So these are integrated right now. So we look at all our classes as opportunities for students. Can they get a credit in English, or can they get a credit if it's done embedded into that way? So yes, so that they're flexible.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? No other discussion?
I
You
also
have
just
another
think
question?
these courses are not a question, but I just think that they're really exciting and give opportunities to our students to try some various things and invest their time into things they may be interested in. So I'm excited for these to be offered.
And all of them is also putting the students as drivers of their learning.
I do have one more question for the adolescent psychology. Who will be teaching that class? Like a certified what?
Well, it's a certified teacher who can teach that course.
Yeah, they don't have to be like a school psychologist. They just have to have that with the liberal arts and the English background. So Sue crosswalks, and that's what you were talking about, the crosswalk of what they have to be able to be certified to teach in the state of Michigan to be able to teach the psychology course. So they're like, I think, is it several endorsements that can teach the psychology course.
Like, it's an example. Today we heard that the computer science, for example, that are being proposed for 2027. Right now they're earmarking persons in mathematics and science. Why? Who knows? Because that's but that's what they're talking right now. Hasn't been finalized. So they're right now this particular course, an English teacher can teach that.
we had psychology under Ipsy Public School, so it's going back to basics.
And the beauty that most of our social studies people also a lot of times have an English language art combination, so this will work perfect.
All right. Thank you, board members, for your questions this evening, and thank you, Dr. Lopez and Dr. Zachary Ross, for the additional context. So a motion was made by Trustee Sutton Kennedy, supported by Trustee Fields. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. Next, that takes us to item 7 on the agenda, which is a request for closed session. Is there a motion at this time?
Madam President, I move that the Board of Education go into closed session pursuant to Section 8F of the Open Meetings Act to review and consider the content of an application for employment.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Trustee Goodrich. Is there support for this motion?
Support Trustee Townsend.
Thank you. Supported by Trustee Townsend. This is a roll call vote.
Trustee Espy,
Yes.
Trustee Goodrich, I say aye. Trustee Sutton Kennedy,
Aye.
Vice President Lee,
Aye.
Trustee Fields, Trustee Townsend,
Aye.
President Hawkins.
Aye. The time is 7:07. The Board of Education will convene in closed session. We will leave and come back and reconvene into open session. Indicated that this motion passed by stating aye. So we will convene into closed session at 7:07 p.m. We will leave this room and come back and reconvene into open session after the conclusion of our closed session this evening. The time is 7:20 p.m. The Board of Education is back in open session. The next item on our agenda is a presentation this evening from 180. And I will turn it over to Dr. Zachary Ross to introduce this presentation for this evening.
Thank you, Madam President. At this time, I'll ask Dr. Sharif and our wonderful principal at Perry Elementary as well, Perry Early Learning Center, Brian Dickerson, to come. And I don't know who else from the 180 program is joining. I know there's an entire team. That's why I started with them. So Dr. Sharif from Erickson, Brian Dickerson, Principal Dickerson from Perry, and whomever else. I know they all work together on the presentation to share about how the 180 program is impacting the district. I know there was thoughts before about how is this program working at our elementary. We know that we've been having additional services at our elementary and now at our youngest schools, and it's been looking different. It hasn't been the same as we've had our secondary schools when we've had presentations, and persons might think, how are they treating our scholars? What does it look like? It looks so different. And so I know that our leaders have been saying, oh, we are excited to share, and what data does that look like? And so thank you for coming.
Yes. Thank you. Again, Dr. Cassandra Sharif, principal at Erickson Elementary.
Yep. Brian Dickerson, principal at Perry Early Learning Center.
And so thank you so much for having us here. Dr. Zachary Ross, our board president, vice president, all the trustees. Good evening to everyone. So we'll just go through this, our presentation here to talk about the 180 program in our schools and the collaborative approach. So the 180 program, which represents a collaboration to the students at Erickson and Perry Early Learning Center. We look at the three areas here. One of the first areas is continuity in the classroom operations. So the 180 program operates as a interventionalist, providing direct supports and services to our students through various methods. They provide one-to-one support, small group support, push in to the classrooms, pull out when necessary, to provide interventions in various locations. And this is both at Erickson and Perry Early Learning Center. They also provide support to both the teachers and the students. The 180 staff assists our students with classroom management and support behavior interventions that we have via the 504 behavior plan, IEP goals for students. And this allows teachers to do what they do best, to continue teaching in the classrooms and to support students in a calm and warm learning environment. Third, the 180 program is a short-term program that is designed to provide those intensive interventions to address behavior and academic supports and challenges. So I'll turn this over to Mr. Dickerson, and he'll provide insight on specifically what the program does at Perry.
Thank you. So we've had 180 just for a short time at Perry. We're just getting started, but we're excited for the opportunity, and I just want to explain a little bit with those three different areas there, what that looks like at Perry. So at Perry, many of our scholars are just, learning how to do school. We have, 3, 4, up to 7-year-olds where this might be their first schooling experience. So they're developing routines, focus, emotional regulation, and learning stamina in a structured environment for the first time. The 180 support position ensures continuity in classroom operations by providing immediate, skilled assistance when students need extra support to remain engaged or regulated. This allows classrooms to continue instruction with minimal interruption and helps maintain predictable, safe learning environments with our scholars. They support with the safe space that we have in the room, our conscious discipline training, there is a situation today, Miss Turner, Cheyenne Turner is our 180 person, where a young man was doing an all about animals writing project. And he just, he got a little frustrated about it. And this is one of our push-in activities where Miss Cheyenne was able to talk to him. Oh, this is a, nice dog. And does your dog have a name? Does your dog, where does your dog eat? Or just talking to, to the young man about his dog. And he was able to complete the project instead of getting frustrated. So it was a push-in situation where he can continue learning and being successful in that classroom. And he wasn't, we were able to be proactive there so that he didn't escalate there. So that's one of the examples. So the support for our teachers and students, the 180 position provides targeted positive behavior intervention supports that help students develop motivation, focus, and productive learning habits. So they develop intrinsic motivation and provide consistent encouragement, reinforcement, and guided practice to build confidence and persistence with our students. So equally as important, this role allows teachers to focus on instruction, knowing that timely skilled support is available when needed. It also allows me as principal to remain the instructional leader of the building, spending time in classrooms, observing instruction, supporting teachers, and maintaining an academic focus. And then the last section, temporary role with immediate focus. The 180 support position is designed as a short-term, high-impact role with an immediate focus on student support and system development. So our 180 person, Ms. Turner, maintains data on the supports and interventions she provides daily. This information allows us to identify trends, adjust practices, and design staff meetings and school-wide initiatives based on actual student needs. Over time, this data helps strengthen staff capacity and reduce the level of intensive supports needed. So that's what it looks like at Perry.
Thank you. So we'll shift to Erickson Elementary and how the 180 program supports our school. This is year 2 for the 180, so we have been able to really hone in on our systems or how they support our students, and also with a continual improvement process. So there are 3 tiers that we look at with the 180 program. Tier 1 is the universal classroom teacher-led support. This is where teachers are implementing proactive strategies for our students. Their goal is to keep the students in the classroom and to maintain a positive learning environment. So teachers implement services such as, or strategies such as redirection, conscious discipline. We have implemented Teamology, that's the district's SEL program for our students, safe spaces in the classroom, modeling those wanted behaviors, all again to prevent behavior issues and to keep the students in the classroom environment. Our teachers, when we see that students with a pattern of behaviors, we want our teachers to establish that rapport and to be that first point of contact for the parents, to maintain that open relationship and that partnership. And so they are maintaining that open communication. All of our incidents are documented in Incidents Plus, and they're also collaborating with this awesome team. Sometimes students need additional support, and this is where we look at Tier 2. This is the targeted support and where the 180 program comes in. Our teachers may call for student support when those students need that additional guidance or interventions. And this is where the 180 program will assist with restorative practices. They'll provide one-to-one support, small group support, teaching self-regulation and coping skills, and they're continually building that positive relationship with the students. They also follow up with parents when needed. We're constantly partnering with parents because this is a collaborative approach, right? And we're all constantly meeting to share what's successful, what the students may need. And that goal is to restore students back to their classroom environment where they belong. Tier 3 is when students need a more intensive level of support. At Erickson, at this level, we're collaborating with the teacher, with the 180 staff, our school social workers, our culture and climate coach, and myself as the principal. This is where we're looking at all the supports and services that have been implemented for students, and we're consistently looking at that data. What does Incident Plus tell us? Our observations, how are students responding to those interventions? And so we meet daily with our team, myself, the culture and climate coach. What is that data telling us? We may implement the MTSS process to provide those tier 2 or tier 3 supports. Some students may need a 504. They need a behavior plan, an IEP. We collaborate with outside community resources such as the Bridge program, wraparound program, our Teamology program, CMH. They provide counseling or services for students remotely. And we have a very clear process when students do need to be removed, and it's primarily if there are safety issues or if there's severe disruption. Our goal is always to keep students where they belong in the classroom. And this leadership-driven process is bringing all the stakeholders together: building principal, culture and climate coach, social workers, community mental health workers, our 180 program, so that we can help our students be successful. Because the 180 program has been at Erickson for second year, we're able to look at data. And so I'd like to share with you how the students have been progressing. The first slide is our behavior themes for our students, and this is from 2024, from September 1st to November 30th. What we see primarily is disorderly conduct. This is the disruptive behaviors in the classroom, where 180 has had to respond. Horseplaying, students getting physical, which can often turn into something a bit more serious. And in the hallways without passes, this is also under the category of elopement, students leaving class. And again, that disruption in class, which impacts their learning. In 2025, we're looking at those same behaviors. And this is what we have. The trends show us that from year to year, as we have looked at our systems and have implemented a more collaborative approach with the 180 program, the teachers, parents, community supports and services, adding those tier 2 and tier 3 supports, we see that each of these categories, remarkably, that those behaviors are improving. We want to see these go down. A 12% decrease in students eloping from class, a 7% decrease in students' disruption in class. And we can attribute this to our push in and giving those students what they need. Horseplaying, a decrease by 12%, and that disorderly conduct, which decreases by 6%. So we're really proud of that and appreciative of that collaborative support that we receive. I also wanted you to hear, not just from me, but from those who are receiving those direct services, our classroom teachers. We're constantly in conversation, because this is a collaborative approach, looking at what's working with our systems and what areas we need to improve, right? So we asked our teachers 5 questions. In what ways has 180 been a support for you? And this is what their responses are, that they're supporting with that de-escalation and that behavior management, helping those students who may be having challenging times in the classroom and providing a quick intervention so that they can get back to learning. Reprieve and continuity. The 180 staff are able to provide those students with those breaks that they may need, just a quick reset so that they can get back into that classroom, supporting their individual needs. In a positive adult presence, we love seeing the 180 program interact and build those relationships with our students, and especially some of the mails that we have, because a lot of our students are void of that. And providing that professional support, that follow-up after interventions, that open communication with teachers, they talk about, this is what helped, let's try this again, right? And let's be proactive and stay ahead of this. When we look at our data, we consider students with those patterns of behavior, and we meet with our 180 staff so that they can meet with those students, get into those classrooms, and we see that we are able to prevent disruptive behaviors or incidents from happening. We asked our teachers, in what ways has 180 been a support for our students? They shared emotional regulation and reset, building those trusting relationships with the adult. Oftentimes they get to the point where they're asked for specific 180 staff to talk to about their concerns or conflict that they may be having. That conflict resolution, teaching those students to take accountability for their actions, but also that restorative process that brings healing and peace into our schools. That positive reinforcement, validating those students' strengths and what they are good at, as opposed to focusing in on the negative. And those classroom expectations are reinforced, partnering with the teachers so that they know what they should be doing, right, and how to do that. We also ask the teachers small wins. This is where we get motivated. We're seeing those small wins with the program. They're seeing behavior improvement, a decrease in those classroom disruptions, students are making better choices, and growth in those self-management, utilizing those self-regulation skills that we're teaching, building, breathing, counting to 10, taking a break, using your safe space. The 180 and student relationships, they're enjoying seeing the 180 staff with our students, greeting them, standing in the hallways with us as our students come to school, and in the hallways as they're leaving school. Compliance with interventions. Students go to our 180 staff, the majority of them without fuss, right? Our goal is to fix that problem, and they know that. And sharing those specific success stories that we have. They also say that they're calmer transitions, fewer kids in the hallways, smoother classroom entries. We asked how the 180 program is helping students better understand their routines and expectations. Again, reinforcement of those classroom expectations, that teacher-student reset conversation. These are those restoratives, right? Because we want our students to take responsibility, but we also want you to know they're welcome in the classroom, and that's where they belong. So they support, when we pull students out, it's temporary. We work on those restorative practices and get them back into the classrooms and ensure that they make a positive connection with that teacher before they get back to their learning. Consistent consequences when that's needed. Students understand what, as we go through that tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 support, at times we do have to implement our YCS, the Student Code of Conduct, and they understand that process. And they're more likely to want to fix whatever challenge there is. So those expectations are universal. And working with those students with that self-regulation skills, it matures their conflict resolution skills. Lastly, because this is a continuous improvement, we always want to know when we're looking at our systems, what can we do better? What's working? And so our teachers are said that, can we create a shared intervention document so that we know consistently what the teachers have done in the classroom, what 180 may have done when they may pull them out of the classroom, or myself and the culture and climate coach. So that's done. We got together and we created a document that follows the student, and we share with the parents. To develop accountability tools such as written reflection, so students are able to reflect on what they've done, how did this behavior impact, who did it impact, and how can we make it right. Other areas which I think is great, they want to learn more about the 180 mission, philosophy, and evidence-based approaches so that those interventions are seamless, to build common language around how we are addressing our students, supporting them, and helping them grow. And continuing with that 180 staff expertise in a clear, consistent, communicative manner, wanting the 180 in the classroom more so that they can co-facilitate SEL lessons in classrooms, and to integrate restorative practices more deeply on a school-wide approach. Lastly, to identify creative ways to extend 180's positive presence. And we have been able to do that with the 180 program. They do not just, they're not just on site responding to student supports. They do collaborative interventions and supports for staff, adopting them for the holidays. Parents are so appreciative of that. They also support our PBIS initiatives by keeping the kids motivated. We acknowledge kids on a monthly basis with the Leader in Me. That's something that we're starting. And Dr. Johnson said, how can we support? How can we help? Can provide incentives or little gift cards for our students who are making progress that we see. So it's a really important collaboration that we have. It helps with us being able to, as a principal, to get into those classrooms. They provide that manpower that we need to give our students what they need and when they need it. And so the bottom line is that the 180 program provides an essential support for our students, building those skills, maintaining that collaboration with the school staff, admin, our parents, and community workers. We're seeing that students are capable of making those positive choices with this help, and our overall school environment has changed for the better. Do you have anything to add?
We're all set. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. So I know we also have 180 staff here that are able to answer any questions that you might have, so we'll just yield the floor back to you.
Thank you for the presentation. Board members, what questions might you have?
I have a few questions, Madam President. So when we're looking at the data from 2024, 2025, how many are you basing this on the student population or off just the population of students that have actually utilized the program?
We're basing it on the data. Anytime the 180 staff responds to a student incident, they go into, or not just the 180 staff, I may respond to 180 or a culture and climate coach, but any of those incidents go into our Incidents Plus. So then we're able to look at those trends in that data. So these are students who have had some level of incident that we have responded to from last year to this year. The 180 also documents for their program those behaviors as well.
So do we know the number of students that have had to utilize the service?
I would have to pull that data. I don't have it offhand.
Okay.
But I can get that.
In this, when looking at this, my bigger question has to say, okay, we have this data. It's helping with managing behaviors, but how is this program changing academic performance?
So what we know is that if students are having challenging behaviors or if they are disruptive in a classroom, we often don't get to learning. And so that has been a major impact on how successful the students have been academically. So first, addressing those students' behavior, we have seen that teachers are able to individualize more. We're able to keep those students in the classroom, or if we pull them out for a short period of time, they're not missing large chunks of that instruction. And so that they're addressing the student behaviors and supports improves our student data. 180 also supports with academics, supporting what the teacher has provided. So when we pull those students out of class, sometimes we may find that students may be frustrated because they didn't know how to do or what to do. So they also assist with those academics with missed assignments or helping students with those complete classroom assignments.
So of the students that you had in 2024 and 2025, do we know if those are the same students?
Some of them are the same students that have returned.
And have we identified if those students need additional supports?
We identify all of those students. We are consistently looking at our data. That's what's at that tier 3 support. Myself and our culture and climate coach, we pull our data weekly. And that informs and drives our decisions on what students would need academically and behavior-wise. And that's where we would implement our MTSS process, the tier 2. Oftentimes we may find when we're pulling the students out, we very hard to get to that root cause. We found that some of our students become disruptive when that instruction comes out, because they don't know what to do. That tells us that we need to implement more supports for that student. So we look at that data and we may ask the teacher we're seeing a pattern of behaviors here, to implement an MTSS process. We pull all stakeholders together and to then drive and determine what that student may need. Some of them tier 2, where they may get title services for behavior, social work services. Some have moved on to tier 3 for 504 or an IEP.
Okay, I would just be really interested in knowing what the academic performance from 2024 looks like, was, and what it is now, because for me, that would tell me if we're doing the right thing. Also, if we are staffed properly, how would that change us needing additional supports outside of the district?
Thank you.
Trustee, I don't know who was first. Rock, paper, scissors. Okay, Trustee Goodrich and then Trustee Espy.
Thank you for your presentation, and I appreciate the narrative feedback from the teachers. That's helpful. I do want to echo Trustee Townsend's request for perhaps some different presentations of the data the next time we see. I'm having some challenges wrapping my head around the relative frequency numbers we're getting in the pie chart. Because in the 2024 pie chart, we're seeing what proportion of the student behaviors fall into those 4 different buckets, and that adds to 100, but we don't know how many students that represents or what rate, like per 100 students, are being reported into that system. And then when we look at the 2025 behaviors, it's still just relative proportions, but it doesn't add to 100 anymore. So it's hard to know if that actually represents a reduction in behaviors or just a redistribution of behaviors, and if there are other ones that are not represented in the pie chart. So it would really be helpful if we could get back to, if we could see some kind of measure of raw numbers, because it's hard to assess if we're actually seeing reductions in behaviors or just redistributions in which behaviors are being reported.
Thank you, Trustee Townsend and Trustee Goodrich. Trustee Espy.
Thank you. Yeah, I was kind of on that similar page with the pie chart. I mean, the first one is like, it equals 100, and the second one doesn't, which maybe it was just how you all chose to display the data, but because if the numbers, it just doesn't quite make sense how those would both show up on this pie charts in that way. So it would be great to see a different representation. I understand the idea of like 36% folks were to 24, but yeah, the total number right there is somewhere around 60 or 64 or 65 or something. And so I do want to say that this fact that based on what is being said, disorderly conduct and horseplay have gone down over 50%, which is really exciting. Because those would probably be some of the more concerning behaviors. I guess I'm trying to understand a little bit, like, is there a 180 coach in every classroom? How many are there per building? How does this work different than having para-pros in the building? And I think that was maybe what you were kind of also putting forward. But yeah, so I'm just trying to understand, are they always there? And then it says temporary. The other piece of that was it's temporary support. So is it just like intervention in that moment, or just like regularly working with the student? And I guess what is temporary? I mean, obviously it can vary, right? Temporary could be that day. Temporary could be 3 months, right? And so I'm curious, how then does that person, the coach, like divide their time across, if they're in a classroom and multiple students are needing support, are they always in that same classroom, or are you bringing more people into that classroom to support? Yeah, I just want to understand how it works.
As you know, we have been working with effect size visible learning, and we've taken a direct commitment to effect size and achievement. For the research from John Hattie states very clearly that when teachers and schools decrease discipline behavior, students learn more, and the effect size is 0.82, which is a significant size effect. 0.40 is a significant, 0.82 is significant. And so, in essence, anything that's done in the classroom, such as this program, that could reduce that, the disruptions is eliminated so that students can get to about the business of actually learning. So it's impactful. So the effect size of the program.
Yeah, no, I have no doubt that it's impactful. It seems like it's making a difference for students. Obviously, more support, more adult support, who are individual attention, all of those things are going to, I think, inevitably support a student, right? Yes. Especially if those people are like empathetic listeners and going to provide some of that social emotional learning. I think my question is more so around how are they implemented within each classroom? Or, yeah. You can, if you want to come up to the mic, thank you.
Hi, my name is Shakira Nichols. Children call me Miss S. I'm at Erickson. Typically what we do when we start the day, we come in, we greet the children. Me and Mr. Dowling and Mr. C, we come up with a game plan, because it's 3 of us there, and we come up with a game plan on what classes we're going to go to, how we're going to do it. Might spend 20, 30 minutes in one class, depending on, the subject, because if they're doing reading, a lot of times they don't need us there. Certain classes, we know how certain teachers teach, and then we can just kind of go off of that and say, okay, this teacher is teaching this subject, we can have a schedule, go into this class, I'm going to be in here for this amount of time. And then a parapro is usually assigned to 1 or 2 kids, so specific children, where we kind of go in and we float wherever the help is needed. And then we say, okay, see you guys later, go to another class, and try to extend ourselves to each class. I might do I think I was doing 4th grade, Mr. Dowling would do 5th grade, and then we have 1st and 3rd and 2nd grade, and then we just kind of rotate it so that all of the children and all of the teachers are able to have each different presence in the classroom.
That's great. And so essentially y'all are coming into the building in the morning, similar to all the rest of the adult staff, and working in that building and seeing where there's need. Okay, but you're going every day to see where the need is met, where there is the need. Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you. I was just trying to understand like how y'all get called in, like fully understand that process.
And our program is fairly new at Perry. However, Ms. Turner checks in with me every morning, and we talk about where the needs are, and she checks in with about 5 students every morning just to see how their day is going, and checks in with those teachers also to see what supports they may need. So I only have 1 at Perry, but that's kind of how our day gets started.
This is my 2nd year over at Erickson. Also, I've worked in all the schools that we have contracts with, Holmes. I haven't been to Perry yet, that's new, but I've been to all the other schools, so I've seen every level. Also, for Erickson specifically, some teachers need more support than others. Some teachers have high-level students. So 180 is we are sensitive to that, so we do spend more time in some classes and others, depending on how much support that teacher needs, how many high-level students he has in that room. But we do make it a point to go to every single room, every single class, every day, to talk to the teachers, see how they're doing, see what support we can give them for the day, and anything that they need from us, we provide. We're different from parapros because it's always, our 4 models is care, welfare, safety, and security. That's what 180 does. It's a more personal touch. I have a niece. that goes to that is a student in this district. Actually, that's my Mr. Zander was actually that's my brother-in-law. I didn't know he was gonna be here, so it's a small world. But I care about 180, but I specifically I am a stakeholder in this community. So 180 is all about care, safety, welfare, security. That's with all the students. And so whatever we need to do, support the principals, the teachers, the lunch ladies, anyone, we are more than happy to help. And that's just something that we strive to do. Whatever support it is, 180 is always there to give a hand. That's just what we do.
Thank you. Trustee Sutton Kennedy.
I just wanted to also thank you for sharing all of this information with us today and learning more about, having the opportunity to learn more about the program, and also hearing about the reductions in some of these major behavioral categories that you shared with us today. And I wanted to ask also, in alignment with what Trustee Townsend was talking about, is that we have, this is I think our second presentation on data from the 180 program, and both times it's revolved around the reduction in behaviors, but I do think it would be a good idea for us to also demonstrate that impact as it relates to those academic outcomes. So if it would be possible for us to get data on any students who have been involved in the program and looking at what their reading levels and math scores were prior to engagement with the program, and sort of seeing how the program has affected their ability to be successful in those academic areas as well. That would be great.
I'll ask the principals for that. The issue is that they're not an academic program, so I'll have to ask the principals to pull separately all the students from, this is a behavior program. So I'll just be clear that anything we get from the 180 program is all going to be about behavior. So we're going to have to cross-pull their behavior data, and I'm going to have to ask you guys to try to pull some, either their NWEA scores or something, because they are not an academic program. So I just want to, that's why you're getting behavior data from a behavior program. So we're going to assume a lot of things from it. Because this academic programs, usually you get academic results. So we're going to have to find out what students, and then which academic piece you're going to associate with it. Is it NWEA? What academic measure we're going to pull from it, because this is an academic, this is a behavior intervention. That's all. I just want to put that on the table, because this is so if it's grades, if it's attendance, if it's one of the ABCs impacted.
Madam President?
Yes, Trustee Townsend.
So I think, well, I can't speak for everyone. I can speak for myself. I understand it's a behavior program. However, we also asked for these numbers back at the retreat. And when you're spending, I think we have them, do we have them in 4 schools now? I believe it's at the middle school, Erickson, Holmes, and
Now Perry.
And now Perry. So for me, looking at this, what is the long-term sustainability of this program? If we have a district that is fully staffed, is this program still required? Because ultimately, if you're bringing in a program that's focusing on behavior, then that should trickle down to academics. So, I don't expect the data from them. I'm expecting the data from the district. So I think from when we talked about this before, we have to, if we're spending this amount of money on certain things, we have to make sure it makes sense long term. And I'm not doubting their ability to do their job or anything like that, but I'm just saying, when we're looking at where we're putting money, it has to make sense, and ultimately the students need to be performing for it to make sense.
I just want to know which piece of data. That's all. When we can, I just want to know what data.
So I think we discussed this at the retreat, but ultimately, when we look at, like when we're looking at our data in February, we're looking at math scores, we're looking at reading. Those things, because you now have students in classes, they're in the classes they should be learning. So, yeah, so I want, NWA, whatever it is, I'm also looking at suspension rates. Those
Mhm.
should be decreasing majorly, or any type of referrals or discipline hearings, any of those types of things. Behavior, if you're managing the behavior, then the behavior that ultimately should change. And academics should increase.
I would also add to that attendance. So looking at both at, I guess, behavioral referrals or suspensions, or and then also the attendance aspect would be helpful to understand.
And Trustee Sutton Kennedy, I would also add to that total number of incidents. I think even on those pie chart slides, if it included total number of incidents, then we would have been able to proportion out those rates as well.
Okay. Thank you, board members. My questions are, I guess I'm going a little bit backwards, just to kind of better contextualize the supports. I know that the program is new at Perry and it's been at Erickson. This is the second year it's been at Perry. My question really is more, second year at Perry? I'm sorry, second year at Erickson, first year at Perry, or just started at Perry. Could either of you speak to, and even Dr. Zachary Ross maybe, what necessitated 180 even coming to the buildings, right? So we look at needs. We know that as a district, we are hyper-focused on academic achievement, excellence. When there are gaps in a building that you identify, then you look at what supports do we put in place to support the students. So I'm wondering just kind of like what the why, answering the why. Why did we say we needed 180 at Erickson? Why did we say we needed 180 at Perry?
Since I'm new to Erickson, I don't know how it originated. Or that,
When it originated at Holmes Elementary School. And at that moment in time, as you know, Holmes was identified as a partnership agreement district with the MDE. When we're looking at it, when looking at the data, we saw that children were engaging in a lot of fights, bullying, a lot of physical disruption in the classroom, eloping of the classroom. And it was like the principal at the time was chasing students throughout the building. The teachers were quitting, like you can imagine, because they just thought that the children were out of control and the behavior was just totally. So keeping teachers was just very difficult at that moment in time. And no matter who we brought in there, they would leave because the simple reason that that was not working. So one of the dialogue right away was that we needed to do something different. But we don't do anything in the bubble. We bring administrators in, etc. As we came the following year, the principal, we looked for a dynamic principal. And once we got that principal in there, then we proposed the idea of exploring programs, communities and schools, because it's not just one program. We had to bring supports that weren't there. Social workers, all the pieces. But another piece was this. The principal was at the table making decisions to identify that. Every principal, and every program that we had put this program in, the principals had to make a decision, an informed decision, that is this the right thing for your building. We're not doing this to anybody. It's about the answer in turning the schools around is within the building, okay, each building. And so in essence, it's been that approach. When Mickle was at Erickson, was no different. We did the same thing. Kelly was there, discussed. She was the one who came up to us and said, hey, I'm losing teachers. Hey, this is not happening. Teachers are frustrated, etc. I just can't keep anymore. And so we need to turn around and make some changes, etc. You follow me? The reality is, if the children don't feel safe, first thing the parents want and anybody wants is safety. Children don't want to be bullied, and so we needed to stop that. And this program has been real transparent in being able to do a rapid turnaround in the school. In relationship to the data, I like where you're headed, so I will sit with Clark. I got all the data I need. I manage those data, so I will manage that data and bring a report to the board very thoroughly, and I guarantee you ahead of time that I could guarantee you that the impact has been significant. But what I'm going to do is target every student that's in the program. There's been the program for the 2 years, the one who's consistent, because changing behavior doesn't happen overnight. Okay, but with the right support, et cetera, we could do that. And I also want to look at those students and see the impact of their achievement over, because I guarantee you that has improved significantly. I used to be one of those students, so I know that when you focus, that could help. But I will get all that data to you, because every time you bring something, it gets me excited about an opportunity to bring in front of you data that you're asking. So, okay.
Thank you, Dr. Lopez. Were you going to say something?
And I'll just
Mr.
add a
Dixon?
little bit. Just thinking back to the Erickson's Estabrook students that were here, just the leadership that we have in the district as far as our students, and Dr. Zachary Ross has been pushing excellence, and I just want to push more leaders at the early learning center age, more skills, so that when they get to Erickson or Estabrook, they're prepared to be successful in those areas. So for us, it's just early intervention, early opportunities to teach. Again, this is a lot of our students' first school experience. So if we teach them those skills early, it might be less support needed in the early or in the later, years in the other buildings.
Did you have something else to say or no? No, I just wanted to make sure I gave you the opportunity before I went on.
So I'll just add, since I have been at Erickson, we have really focused on looking at how the 180 program supports our staff and our students, and that building systems that are consistent in responding to student behavior, and really focusing in on that collaborative piece. So that has been our approach in our efforts to support the students, staff, parent engagement, and the tier 2 and tier 3 supports.
So thank you for this presentation. From what I heard and all the comments made by the board this evening, it sounds like, well, one, obviously, as a district, we are all focused on accelerating achievement for all of our scholars. And we know that each of our buildings benefit from trusted, supported, caring, consistent adults. I don't think anybody is going to argue with that. I think what we're trying to ascertain as a board in thinking about how we are aligning resources with supports, right? Like the data for us is, how is the 180 program supporting that specific area as it relates to our plans throughout the district? So I think perhaps the NWEA data might be helpful, but it sounds like that's going to be a little bit of a lift to kind of figure out, is there a direct correlation between that? Because you named a lot of supports. You named culture and climate coach. You named school social worker. We have parapros. How do we make the correlation between 180 and achievement? I think there are probably some ways to do it, because it sounds like 180 also has their own data as to how many students they support. And then is there a way to figure out how we can look at, this is what they're delivering in terms of a service, and then this is what we see in terms of an outcome. So I heard NWEA, suspension rates, attendance, is what we are asking for in terms of.
Well, I heard all three, and I'm glad that you guys lifted it up, because I know the principals weren't asked to bring data for today. I was asked for a different question for today's meeting. And so now that you have those, I heard someone talk about attendance. I really think we can be able to triangulate that and be able to say, oh, for these scholars who have come down
Mhm.
really bring, and Carlos will love this. We can use AI, we can Notebook LM, and be able to pull those students in a nice, safe garden and say, okay, for these scholars, what is their attendance and incident plus, pull down those the behavior, and then look at NWEA, and from that we should be able to say, okay, if they've been able to receive services, how are those three factors now from that? What was the before, what has happened after, and then how many times, looking at the sheets you all have had, how many times have they had those touch points? Because we do need to know the frequency, as you talked about. If you've seen them once, have they been touched more than once? That to me is the more difficult time, because as they've been going in and out of classrooms, I know I see you in the buildings. You guys, they're there sometimes till I go see Dr. Sharif from my Learning Focus partner at 4 or 5 o'clock at night. That doesn't even talk about the meetings you guys are having for 2 hours in the evening time when you're sitting here and doing the intervention. That's, you can't quantify that. Yet those touch points, I think that's the data that is going to be when you're really having those meetings, those interfaces with the scholars. That's what we're going to have to be able to measure. Can't measure all of it. I think those are the pieces that are measured, like how many times that you're really, and you have to be really tight on saying, this is when I'm touching points with those scholars, and making sure those notes are tight.
Yeah. And I'll just say, and then Trustee Espy, that I know we have very specific points in the year where we have data presentations on achievement, on discipline. And so it might be a good time to bring in, although we know this is a program focused on behavior, not academic achievement, but as it was already said, we know that once behaviors decrease and students are in classrooms focused on learning, we should see some correlation between acceleration in terms of how they're doing in school. Trustee Espy?
This is a question for folks within 180, and I'm just curious from your perspective, outside of the academic, how are you all measuring success of the program for yourselves? Like, is it just reduction in incidences, or are you all like surveying the kids? Are you seeing them like have more investment in school? Like, I see teacher voice. I'm curious about student voice in terms of knowing that like y'all are, like, that would be, what is success for you all as a program? Sorry, can you go to the mic?
I like to share one personal experience with a student since I had been there, and the growth that I've seen, and I always give the children their flowers. She was a really headstrong, very opinionated, often starting arguments, and I wanted to teach her about emotional development, how to have conversations, how to create a conversation and get your point across without arguing. So from her going to the 4th to the 5th grade, and she says to me, Miss S, you taught me how to take a moment to breathe, because, taking that deep breath, taking a step back and actually have the conversation. So now I can entrust in her that she can actually resolve issues. She doesn't have to come to me anymore, or she comes to me less, or talking about some of the children who feel safe enough to come talk to us about issues that they're having because they don't want to get in trouble. They don't want to get suspended. They don't want to have any conflict. So asking, how do I figure out this situation with this individual? So to me, that's me measuring success in the behavior aspect, or having, for example, getting excited. There's one student, and we had a long talk, and I'm like, look, I'm here to support you, to help you. Your mom, I gave mom a call to tell her, because he sometimes he would go into crisis, and I called mom to tell her, hey, he's had a good 3 days, and she was like taken back. So that lets me know that we're getting somewhere, and he showed me his work. I checked his work. It was math, and he was working with decimal points. and it was all correct. So I'm like, this is what you do. This is what a leader does. You have a leader aura. You use that leadership to, gauge, because people are going to follow you. And when they see that you're behaving in class, they're going to behave in class. And that's what I got for those 3 days. So that's personally how I measure.
Oh, I was gonna say thank you. I just appreciate that. I wanted to hear from that perspective because obviously we were talking about academic achievement, but given that you do the behavioral work, I was just curious, like, what has, like, the success? How has it felt? Like, what is the success for the program? So thank you. I really appreciate that, and it was nice to hear that. Thanks.
Any other board questions or comments? Thank you for the presentation tonight and giving us more context and information about 180 and what it's doing in your schools. Yes, thank you. Mhm. Okay, next that takes us to item 10 on our agenda. Ms. Haynes, have any public comment cards come in?
Point of order, Madam
Oh.
President, that is the public comment that we moved up in the agenda, I believe.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. That's our first one. So we don't have that one. We have the second one. So that now takes us to our consent agenda.
Trustee Sutton Kennedy, move that the Board of Education approve the 1 November 17, 2025 regular board meeting minutes. 2 personnel matters as per the presented list dated 12/8/25, new hires and resignations.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Trustee Sutton Kennedy. Is there support for this motion? Supported by Trustee Fields. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. That now takes us to our request for a closed session. Is there a motion at this time?
Madam President, I move that the Board of Education convene in closed session under Section 8A of the Open Meetings Act to consider a personnel evaluation of the superintendent.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Trustee Goodrich. Is there support for this motion?
Support Vice President Lee.
Thank you. Supported by Vice President Lee. This is a roll call vote.
Trustee Townsend.
Aye.
Trustee Goodrich, I vote aye. Vice President Lee.
Aye.
Trustee Sutton Kennedy.
Aye.
Trustee Fields.
Aye.
Trustee Espy.
Aye.
President Hawkins.
Aye. Thank you. That motion passes. The time is 8:17. The board will convene in closed session. Do we want to move to the other room or stay here? Since there's no, okay. So the board will stay here and we'll reconvene in open session after we finish the business of the evaluation. Sorry about that. That now takes us to Part B, which is our pre-organizational meeting discussion.
Maybe 13A, the self-assessment.
Our board self-evaluation. Oh, got it. The board self-evaluation, superintendent progress monitoring. I will turn it over to Mary Kerwin to facilitate this portion of our.
It's a requirement under the law that everyone who works in a school receives an annual evaluation. This board has chosen to conduct a board self-assessment every year at the same time as the board evaluates the superintendent. And so this is a very good practice. And this information is stored and then given when your accreditors come, which will be this coming year. So that your board self-assessment is based on your roles and responsibilities. So you'll see in every single segment how your oversight and compliance with the law comports. So 4 is always, and then it goes in other ways down. So if you can, as we go through, hold up your hands, or if I say 4 and you can agree with it, one way or the other, denote where you are with this. So the board assesses itself. The board uses a two-way communication process with the superintendent whereby neither the board nor the superintendent is surprised at meetings. Agree with a 4. That's a 4. The board ensures that a systematic program is maintained by the staff to orient newly elected or appointed board members to their duties and responsibilities, as well as to acquaint them with board policies and operating procedures. Okay, and that was done a year ago. 3, so that's a 4. The board operates according to written policies that are updated on a regular basis. And that's a 4. When policy is adopted, both board and staff adhere to it. That's a 4. The board acts as a policy-making and governance body. The superintendent is held responsible for administration and evaluation of school programs. That's a 4. Before making a decision on any matter other than the superintendent's contract, the board allows the superintendent ample opportunity to develop staff recommendations for action. That's a 4. The board does not respond to emotional pressure and does not write instant policy. It provides the superintendent with an opportunity to develop policy proposals. That's a 4. The board understands and uses rules of order to conduct its meetings. Board members arrive at meetings prepared to contribute to discussion and do not waste valuable meeting time requesting information that has already been provided. So 4. Board members are representatives of the entire community, not just a special interest group, and are committed to public school welfare. 4. When citizens and special interest group recommendations are considered, the board explains its position and the reasons which may prevent it from implementing all recommendations. 4. The board and superintendent work well together in a spirit of mutual confidence. The board respects the daily executive responsibility of the superintendent, and the superintendent respects the governance responsibility of the board. In cooperation with the superintendent, the board has received a set of criteria and goals which are monitored for progress during the course of the year. 4. Fairness and diligence are used by the board in the superintendent evaluation process. 4. Official actions of board members concern the welfare of the school system only. No board member uses her office for patronage, or their office for patronage, personal profit, or advancement. 4. Only the entire board can decide a course of action. Board members are careful to speak publicly on issues only as individuals. 4. Major responsibilities of the board include establishing priorities and ensuring SMART goals are in place so that the priorities are clear and tracked. 4. 68 of 68. Every year I ask, what do you think this board does particularly well? Every year Sharon Lee says student focused. Did you wanted to say that this year? Personal privilege, I just had to throw that out there. Okay, anyone can go ahead and comment on something that you do particularly well. So I was teasing Vice President Lee because she always talks about student focus and working together. Deeply invested in the community and in the and on the scholars.
I'm sorry, I didn't have my mic on. We are deeply invested in the community and our scholars.
Okay. Things you do well.
I think we're deeply invested in professional development and participating in conferences and trainings.
I feel like that we do a good job listening to the community and to our scholars and to our families, and also asking good questions to ensure that we are keeping our scholars at the forefront and doing our best in the roles that we've been appointed to.
Good. Ask questions, listening to scholars and the community.
Yeah, I think we are diligent about dotting our I's, crossing our T's, very litigious almost around different on any given subject. We are asking significant amount of questions and making sure that it supports us, particularly when it comes to the financial stewardship of the district.
I'll echo that this board is invested in professional development, and at least for the first time in my tenure, we got 12 months to become an honor board if we want to, which is all pressure on our newest board members. But
that's with all board members certified. I did get a chance to speak with the newer trustees. It's just been a year since they sat in this room, having only, I think, an hour and a half of training in roles and responsibilities, and have been remarkable as school board members, and each is intent on completing certification so that you can have that standard of excellence. Mm-hmm. You talked about some changes earlier. What changes would you recommend to improve how board functions in timely receipt of materials, in timely responses to board questions regarding agenda items that are then shared with all? Other changes to improve board function?
I appreciate the call for moving public comment up in our agendas, and I think that our ability to request those amendments has been valuable and appreciated by the community.
Excuse me, Trustee Sutton Kennedy, would this be, I'm not sure if this falls in the category of what we're talking about, but engaging, having more intentional opportunities for us as maybe not the whole board, but subsections of the board to engage with the community, having some opportunities to do that. Would that be something related to how we function, or just something additional that we could do?
I guess if you could be more specific. I know that my understanding is that there are opportunities regarding the school community, to attend events, to meet with people. Today was such an opportunity with this strategic planning and so on. Was there some other element of the community at large or the educational community? Would you like to speak to?
I think at a few meetings now, it's come up a few times, the opportunity to have the public be able to have a conversation with us and creating a more of a space for that. That's outside of events where you might just happen to run into people and have a one-on-one conversation, but more so a public forum where we make ourselves available. Mhm.
But having a dialogue. I think people, well, we're kind of careful on calling them town halls because people do think it's an us-them thing rather than let's have a dialogue. So conversation is what I'm wondering is, did you bring that up at the, was that a topic at the board retreat? So perhaps that might be something that, yeah, so maybe that's a process that can be developed and then an opportunity. If that's what the direction from the board, a majority of the board, if that came up, that's often something that would come up at a retreat. That's why I asked.
That is also something that we've gotten feedback and ideas from the Community Relations Subcommittee on a number of occasions. And I think more generally making sure that that each of our subcommittees are active and effective, I think would be useful as we go into our planning for the next year. Some of our subcommittees, like Finance and Resources, are incredibly busy. Policy's got a lot of work to do in the next year, but we have other subcommittees that I think have capacity, and we have opportunities to make good use of them. They've been kind of dormant.
Okay. Any other suggestions for the new year? What question haven't you been asked that you would expect to have been asked on self-assessment?
It's the 5th time. This is all kind of expected.
I know, that's why I might tweak it. That's what I was hoping. But I do hear a lot of podcasts in that way. What question would you have wanted to have been asked if you could design this? So if you could design this, is there anything on there? Again, your self-assessment is based on your roles and responsibilities, and to see that. Last time, and we're cognizant that we can have people leave the board at any time, and we can have people come onto the board at any time. And we want to make sure that we're prepared for transitions in general. True? Okay. No. Like an advocacy component?
Well, one of the duties of the board member is to be a ambassador of the district, correct? At least to my understanding. And so I'm curious, or that's just a question that didn't show up that I would think we would want to make sure that we were attending to.
Yeah, and I think there are multiple components to that. There's our ambassadorship to the community at large, and there's also our role as advocates for public education writ large and in our district.
And yes, and so those are those two ambassadors of the community, but also ambassadors of the school district. I think like the schools, like celebrating, lifting up, wearing grizzly wear, that sort of thing, attending events.
How do you characterize yourself as attending events? You give yourself high marks for that. Yeah. The involvement that we have. Anything else on the assessment? All right, again, that will be, this document will be handed over to the accreditors so that they'll have that. Yes. Pre-organizational meeting. We know that when you come back in January for your meeting, there's a portion of it that you have a regular meeting in, but there's a portion called the organizational meeting where you designate your banks and so on and so forth, but also where you elect officers. In this state, under our governance model, people in elected positions at the local level choose their officers when they're not voted on by the public annually. So no one owns a seat. And it seems like every year, people who are sitting in certain seats as officers will make a point of saying, you know, this is open to anyone. But we always start with finding out a level of interest for 1 year, who would like to be in what seat. Maria, is it all right if I start with you?
Sure,
All right.
absolutely.
So Maria has been serving as secretary for at least 2 years.
All but my first year, I served as secretary.
And again, then it was kind of like, won't someone do this? And Maria, what's your level of interest in serving as secretary?
While I would be willing to serve as secretary, I am very interested in supporting another board member to have the opportunity to serve in this leadership role and to be able to transition into this leadership role with this board and to be available to support during the last year of my term.
Okay. Is there anyone interested in serving as secretary? Okay, you have someone who is interested in serving as secretary. Is there anyone else interested in serving as secretary? Okay. Okay, so we have one. And would you mind sharing your level of interest and how that might work well for the board with you as secretary?
I am interested in serving as secretary because I think that I possess the skills that would allow me to do so in a manner that will be beneficial to the board. And also, as Trustee Goodrich said, I think it would be a good time for us to transition that role while she's still here to provide guidance and support in that transition. I, of course, have experience as a secretary, but I know that's very different than what this role specifically entails. And so, yes, I'm just interested in doing whatever I can do to support the board and allow us to continue being a successful and effective board.
Okay, it's really nice to see someone interested in that rather than actively being recruited all the time. But that's great. It might be wise before January starts that you two just have a conversation about the legal component of being board secretary. There's a legal designation with it, the signing of the minutes formally, and so on and so forth. So that's great. All right, so thank you. We currently have a treasurer, what is your level of interest in continuing as treasurer?
I would be interested in continuing as treasurer.
Okay. Anyone else interested in treasurer at this time? Okay, and again, the reason we have this conversation now is that there wouldn't be surprises. There seems to be no interest in serving as treasurer for the rest of the year. It has been a challenging couple years, but we're hoping that this coming year will be a good one. So thank you for your service and for your willingness to continue in that capacity. Secretary Sharon Lee has been serving as vice president for a while. What is your level of interest in serving as vice president?
I will still be interested and continue to be vice president.
Is there anyone else who's interested in serving as vice president? And we're not looking for surprises. So if there is a level of interest.
I think as long as Vice President Lee is interested in holding the role, I support Vice President Lee in the role, similar to Trustee Townsend.
Thank you. Thank you for that advocacy. All right, and then we're moving to President. Dr. Hopkins, what is your level of interest in continuing in your role as President?
I would be interested in continuing in the role of president.
All right. Anyone else interested in serving as president of the YCS board? Okay, if during this coming month, if you have, develop an interest or an appetite for any of these positions, please do contact the person currently sitting in the position. As I said, the one thing that people sometimes don't realize in an eagerness to hold a position, and we just have this arbitrarily meeting in January, is that hearts are broken, that people are stepped on, and those damaged feelings then spill over during that course of the year. So we try to have a civil conversation about what we're anticipating for the coming year. As you know, that we have a lot with the strategic plan going forward, with a lot of your initiatives, and with the accreditation starting. So we'll be your plates are going to be pretty full. One thing I wanted to say before we move on completely, the board seems interested in having retreats. Is that true? Do you want to have a retreat scheduled for next year? Sometimes the things that you mention at retreats, I had the impression today, this is just an impression, that maybe they're not followed through on, or maybe you anticipated that they would be followed through on rather than a discussion. Is that true? No. Leave the retreat, there might be some points that need to be followed through upon, and perhaps that will be one of the final things at the retreat, is that you point out this is what you're looking for. Okay. Okay. All right. Is that something that would work for you, all of you?
Can I add a clarification, I guess, for myself personally? The retreat, we did a lot of team building and also learning, a lot of workshops. I felt like I was missing the piece that I thought we were coming to the retreat for, where we would talk about how we operate as a board. So if that could be an agenda item for our upcoming retreat, that would be great, because then I know when to expect a space to have conversations about anything throughout the year, at least up to that point, to specifically have.
Ask you and our other newest, for the newbies, particularly on a year when new board members come on, would that be a good idea for the retreat to work on board things rather than necessarily all of the team building things that you see in management retreats and some of the other things? That might be a good time to have conversations about board culture and those pieces. That might be a good way. Yes, yes.
Yeah, I would only add to that to say, I don't think necessarily it should wait until the board retreat.
Okay. Okay, good. There could be a time set to do that kind of thing. That's
opportunity as well to have maybe a couple dates in there for some sort of town hall meetings, because we're looking at calendars at that time. So whatever that might look like, whatever dates might be there, we've talked about this a number of times, but we've never, pushed forward in that area. And I know that's Trustee Sutton Kennedy and myself, we've talked about this a couple of times about having an opportunity for the community to have that open discussion like we talked about earlier. But since we're doing calendars at that time, normally in January when we start to look at our calendar, look at the dates and stuff, maybe looking at the calendar as well for something in there, like maybe every 3 months, every 4, whatever that looks like before school is out, to give the community an opportunity to be able to come to, we have a town hall, they can come, whether it's coffee, tea, whatever that looks like. But I think at least once or twice a year, we should have something like that the community will be able to come in and just have that conversation. You know what I mean? I've never liked the idea, but just me, of them being able to come and talk, because it's a state thing. It's not a thing that we just IPSI did. But when they come in and they have their concerns, we never can say anything. You know, we started doing a little bit of feedback. We are not quite consistent with it, but it happens. You know what I mean? As far as responding back to our community when they come in or have words for the 3 minutes, and we have our speech or words that we say, then we know what we can't talk. We're not able to answer. But having that town hall or something along those lines, whatever name or spin we want to put on it, to give them that opportunity to be able to come.
Some
and-
engagement, an
Yes,
engagement
yes,
process. And there might be one of your committees, standing committees that would develop that process.
That would be good.
And
Maybe
then
communication.
And
I
that's
don't know.
me. That's why I said it. Because
Okay.
because we just need that time. We need to have that. I think we should have that. We don't want, because there's so many people that don't know what the board does. They don't know what it is that we do on this side. They just come in here, they're thinking, hey, we want somebody to hear us. We want them to listen to what we have to say. But when we come back and they say what they say, we sit there and look at them like, okay, you know what I mean? You said it, but we don't really have that engagement, to me, to be able to say that.
Thank
So
you,
I
Yvonne.
think we need an opportunity for that. I really, if it were me, I think I would, especially being on the board and being on the side now and seeing what that looks like and stuff like that. I would like to see that.
Okay, thank you for sharing that, Ivana. Anyone else? Okay, at this time, I think we have concluded the board's self-assessment and the pre-organizational meeting discussion, and that will bring us to the adoption of the superintendent's evaluation.
Thank you, Mary, for facilitating all of these sessions for us this evening, the superintendent evaluation, our self-evaluation, and our pre-org meeting. That takes us to our action item, which is under human resources, and that is the adoption of the superintendent's evaluation. Before we take a motion, I will read the consensus document and would ask board members to provide me with their, and I'll look around, but their verbal consensus so that we can go through each of the categories in this meeting. So the board met in closed session for the purpose of evaluating the superintendent. Our evaluation is a consensus document, and we would like to share the results prior to the adoption. The Michigan Association of School Boards superintendent tool we use covers professional practice, student growth, and progress towards district-wide goals. After reviewing evidence, the board awarded Superintendent Zachary Ross 18 of 18 points possible in the area of governance and board relations. Trustees, do you agree? That was our finding. The board awarded Superintendent Zachary Ross 15 of 15 points possible in the area of community relations. Trustees, do you agree? That was our finding. The board awarded Superintendent Zachary Ross 21 of 21 points possible in the area of staff relations. Trustees, do you agree? That was our finding.
Yes.
The board awarded Superintendent Zachary Ross 14 of 15 points possible in the area of business and finance. Trustees, do you agree? That was our finding.
Yeah.
The board awarded Superintendent Zachary Ross 27 of 27 points possible in the area of instructional leadership. Trustees, do you agree? That was our finding. Each category has a weighted score, and the results of all categories in professional practice. Julie, do you have that number? I have the other ones, but I don't have this one. I believe it was a professional practice.
2.96. Mm-hmm. That's what I have. 99%, 2.96.
That's the component score. Thank you. Each category has a weighted score, and the result of all categories in professional practice is 2.96. And this is found on page 14 in the superintendent evaluation tool, chart F. Using the district growth model and assessment data for the determination of student growth, the board awarded Superintendent Zachary Ross 3 of 3 points possible with a weighted score of 100. Trustees, do you agree with our finding?
Yes.
And that can be found on page 15. In the area of progress toward district-wide goals, the board awarded Superintendent Zachary Ross 3 of 3 points possible with a weighted score of 100. Trustees, do you agree that was our finding?
Yes.
The total score for all areas is 99. Therefore, Superintendent Zachary Ross is ranked effective, which is the highest rating. At this time, may I have a motion to adopt the board's evaluation of the superintendent?
Madam President, Trustee Espy, I move that the Board of Education adopt the personnel evaluation of Superintendent Alina Zachary Ross.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Trustee Espy. Is there support for this motion?
Support Trustee Sutton Kennedy.
Thank you. Supported by Trustee Sutton Kennedy. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations, Dr. Zachary Ross. Next, that takes us to the potential new hire approval of an employment matter. Is there a motion at this time?
Madam President, I move that the Board of Education approve the district's employment request.
A motion has been made by Trustee Goodrich. Is there support for this motion?
Trustee Espy, I support.
Supported by Trustee Espy. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. That now takes us to our action item under Business and Finance, which is the adoption of the summer tax resolution. Is there a motion at this time?
Madam President, Trustee Fields, move that the Board of Education adopt the resolution to impose a summer tax levy to collect 100% of the annual school board property taxes.
A motion has been made by Trustee Fields. Is there support for this motion?
Support Trustee Townsend.
Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, a motion was made by Trustee Fields, supported by Trustee Townsend. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. That now takes us to the acceptance of the purchase of 6 buses. Is there a motion at this time?
Madam President, Vice President Lee, move that the Board of Education accept the purchase agreement of 6 new buses for the purchase amount of $956,414.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Vice President Lee. Is there support for this motion?
Trustee Espy, I support.
Supported by Trustee Espy. Any discussion on this item?
Yes, I do have a question. So what will be our total fleet amount?
I cannot tell you exactly how many buses. This is the replacement of the 6 that was placed as a lease that you all approved for the last about last month. When we took the lease to the attorneys, they said that they did not approve the lease. Shroom did not approve the lease, so they walked us through this purchase agreement because they thought that the wording in the lease was not appropriate for us. We would have been paying too much. So they walked us through this. It's called an IPA, and it's a better pricing deal for us. And so this is taking us to it's still the same concept of the buses that was taken to you all, the same scope of the buses. It's just it puts us in a better legal situation. And so that is why you have the Troon details there. So it puts us at the same number for the fleet. It just puts us in a better legal situation. So when we took that pricing lease, the original lease to them, they said, no, do not. I took it to Roy, the language, and they said, no, don't do the lease. It's called an IPA. So that's the difference.
And so cost-wise, if you could just remind me, because it looks like we're making one payment, is that correct? Or no? Wait a minute.
Installment.
It's still, yes, that's what thank you. I called it an IPA. Thank you. Installment purchase agreement. But it costs us less than doing the lease. There were fees, additional fees at the end of the lease. So at first it looked like a better deal, but then when they started going deeply into the lease, there were fees at the end.
So we're outright purchasing.
Yes. In an installment though.
Essentially, is this looking like kind of like a rent to buy, where you're putting forward money that's going to be towards the payment or
Yes.
the owning of it?
So it still has all the scope that you heard Annette talk about that we needed on those buses. It still gets us the buses in the time that was going to be necessary. However, it does not put that big cost at the end like just a traditional lease. And we went through Troon to make sure that we were protected.
So do we have the completed lease with numbers and all of that?
All of those files
Because I'm looking at the lease right here. I mean,
it was all of these, we
but
attached the whole.
it's not, hold on a
Did
second.
you give them all these files?
Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay, because we went through a whole lot of meetings with Troon to do this. Oh, there we go.
I had a question regarding
She walked us through a lot of stuff.
that same question that I asked on the email about the amount included in the motion. On page 5 of the actual IPA agreement, attachment A, the maturity schedule says that the total principal is, oh, okay.
So
Okay, the purchase.
the
and not
total
the
would be
interest.
So we will not be
She
paying?
said, you shouldn't have seen the one number that's in the bottom. She said they shouldn't have seen it. Because it's just a purchase. She said, because it's just a purchase, it's not the attorney said, just look at the attorney said, just look at
I'm not getting this thing.
right.
So this is going to be the total amount?
Correct. Yeah,
The million.
yeah, the attorney said, she was giving us the answer to that one question.
So,
I'm looking at
So
the answers that she
January-
gave.
Interest rate is 4.22, and so that's why we're going to pay more than, this is the price of it, but then with the 4.22 interest, that's what we have.
payment.
The total, hold on. I'm trying to see how to explain it.
Okay, no, I found what I said.
So you go, yeah, over the 6 years.
So we're paying a yearly
They said that that's
payment
the
of
price to leave.
$174,212. Well, 176.
So
Okay.
then why does,
Okay, that's what I was looking at, the amortization schedule.
huh?
It does, so, yeah, so attachment A is maturity schedule, making one payment per year, and it has the interest payment included.
Right, so then the total would need to be the 1 million, however,
No, when you have a contract, yeah, when you have any type of lease contract or installment, it talks about the principal, but it does note the interest rate, and that's why you have the maturity schedule to show what the actual payments will be. So any type of.
Right. The
loan.
interest rate was 4.22.
Yeah, so it states what it needs to state.
So we only need to approve the amount for the principal. We do not need to approve the interest as well.
Well, the interest included in the document, so it has to be noted what the interest is.
Okay.
So that has to be noted, but the purchase price is the actual amount. Right, correct.
So in the end, we're gonna be paying the 1 million.
No, right, but that's with the interest, but you don't, when you're approving the actual contract, you're basing it on the purchase price. Just like if you buy your mortgage, you're basing it on the purchase price of the house.
Yeah.
I'm breaking it down for everybody.
Thank you, Ms. Dillon, that's right.
My eyes is,
Agent Townsend, thank you.
my eyes is all over the place, and I'm like, what am I missing?
Yeah, they said
Okay.
to put the 965, 414 still.
Yes,
She is absolutely correct.
but it notes, they legally have to give you that amortization schedule, which is your attachment A. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
We don't want to pay nobody to lose. Not tonight. We can. No, we haven't voted. It's a
No, we
motion
haven't
on the
voted
table.
yet.
Any other discussion on this item?
Okay.
I'm looking at my notes.
I think. Yeah. I think the
Okay, I was
confusion
just looking.
There's a blank one in here, and then there's an actual one.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's two different.
Oh, I didn't see the blank one, because I was going for the one. I'm like, where is it
Oh,
at?
yeah, I think.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, okay, no, it's not blank. My eyes is blind. Okay, yeah, so it's just some things that we have to fill out once we vote. Up top, that's what that is.
Oh, okay.
And then I have to sign.
Yeah. All right.
So a motion was made by Vice President Lee, supported by Trustee Espy. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries.
Sorry.
I don't see any members here wishing to address the board. So we will not have a second public comment section, and that takes us to discussions. Are there any Board of Education subcommittee reports?
You go first.
Okay, mine's brief. I'm going to be meeting with Superintendent Zachary Ross on Thursday to discuss the timeline and workflow for the policy transition to Troon. So I just wanted to give that update on behalf of the policy subcommittee.
Thank you, Trustee Goodrich. Other subcommittee reports?
We had a meeting with the Ypsilanti Community School Foundation last, I don't even know what day it is. But I want to say, was it this week or it was last week, I'm sorry, because today is just Monday. It was last week, last Wednesday. And we are coming up to a lot of board members that our terms are expiring. And so one of the questions was, did we know what board members might be interested in serving for next year? I did express an interest, but I did explain that that's something that will be decided at the organizational meeting, just in case there were other members that had an interest in participating. They did also mention, having the need to move forward with writing letters to existing donors to increase funding and all of those different things. And then also wanted to make sure going forward that we had some representative from the administration team or some delegate to participate in the meetings, any event that the superintendent couldn't participate, just to make sure that everybody were staying abreast of, things in it, that they were able to address any needs of the schools. They are looking to have a list of presentations, maybe to find other areas where they may can assist. We're actively talking about the PTOs, the YCS Resiliency Center, wealth and health counselors, support for teachers, bright futures, just so that the board can have just an active understanding. And I'll provide that to the superintendent. We noticed that a lot of the scholarship recipients from this year have not actively taken a lot of their scholarships, so like money is being left on the table. And I just know from me looking at the list, there were several students that may needed additional supports with following through with getting registration, registered for classes, those types of things. So we as a board are trying to work with those students just to make sure that they don't leave any money on the table. They do have a year from the date that they were awarded the scholarship to get those funds sent to the schools on their behalf. And then Digits talked about some other things as far as how they can, the type of board members that they're looking for, members who maybe specialize in fundraising, event planning, grant writing, alumni engagement, those types of things, just again to help build up opportunity to get funds to award more scholarships. And that was it.
Other subcommittee reports?
The Head Start Policy Committee met last month. They have fully parents on the committees. Oh, and they have, this month, they have three more parents that joined. And we have a meeting tomorrow. And, I'm so tired. I'm blanking out. I can't remember what else. Can you? I can't. Yeah, the parents are rocking it out. They're taking over the meetings, and they're just all excited. And tomorrow we have another meeting, and I will let you know about that meeting. Because I have forgotten everything.
Any other subcommittee reports?
The next legislative breakfast is scheduled for January 26th, 7:30 a.m.
Anything else? Thank you, board members, for the subcommittee reports. Board superintendent comments.
One of the comments I do want to make in regards to, I received a lot of feedback from parents in regarding communication of our snow days. And although I know we communicated via email, it was on social media, I think there just definitely needs to be a push maybe for the text messages, phone calls, because just everybody is just not on social media. Snow days, yeah. And also the emails can get always that possibility of being buried. And so I think we really need to go back and revisit that in regards to communication, what that would cost, just because there's a lot of districts that have that. And parents are just weren't happy.
We have text.
Well, they not receiving it. So I've received a lot of calls, and there was a lot of chatter online.
Yeah,
What's going on?
as a parent,
Yeah.
as a parent in the district as well.
Phone call?
Yeah, he had.
I did
that's
not.
Come on, the man with the plan is here, because we got all of those.
So
it's no cost. Come on.
So we moved to Parent Square, and after our first snow day, before the first snow day and after the first snow day, I've been following up with principals to make sure that every parent's contact is in there. The main difference with our system in the past was that we made it very easy for our classroom teachers to get parent contact and send it out, but it was never making it back to our primary source of truth. Now that it's coming back to their primary source of truth, it just takes a little longer. So I'm just really trying to help our principals get that information up to date as soon as possible, so that when we send out those calls, our community is going to get those. We are trying to make sure that we are putting in processes to allow families to update their contact information, which is sometimes can change quickly, to make sure that that information is coming in. So there is a new enrollment system coming in. We're getting training this coming Thursday that is going to help create that ease of portal access for families to submit their change of information, but also we have Parent Square to also help gather that information as well. So we are, and I've been sending out follow-up emails after that first snow day to make sure that we're doing all the things and helping our principals review the data to make sure that we're getting all the contact that we can.
So it also needs to be then addressed with staff, because there's several staff members who also did not get communication. So out of whatever it is, we just need to fix that.
Okay, yep.
Okay. Because we have text. How does it go out?
It goes out email, text, and through the app. So app and phone calls. So all of those ways are being hit. We do, and I will work with the principals to make sure that the information is in alignment and updated.
Okay.
I can confirm as a parent in the district that Parent Square does have the functionality to send out the text messages and the robocalls. The challenge, going back to what Trustee Townsend just said, maybe it's a matter of communication with the staff and how to do that, because there's a specific button you have to press and a specific option you have to use in order for it to send a text message and a phone call. As a parent in the district, I did not receive a phone call that day. I woke my daughter up, I got ready for the bus, and when the bus was late, I was like, I guess they did say it might be a snow day today. Let me check my email. I don't check my email.
Not at that more time in the morning.
You know, not at that time of morning. I'm not going to my email. I'm trying not to be on my phone. You know, that's best practices. I don't put on the news.
No, but they shouldn't have to.
I will
Up
make
until
sure to
now,
follow up with all the
we
principals to make
always
sure that
receive that
information
phone
is
call
I
at
guess-
5 a.m. And I just want to make sure that that happens for our families, because that's the most important. The
Absolutely.
text message and the phone call are the most important means for us to make sure that parents are ready and that students have a safe place to go, because the parents know, especially those families who parents might go to work and they're
Early.
leaving that student at home to get to school themselves, and they need to know that their student doesn't have school before they go to work.
Right.
So we have to communicate it, like she was saying.
So it's not set, is it set up to automatically and then have somebody unsubscribe? That's what we need to have happen. Okay, that needs to happen.
I know you sent out something after, but we
I've
just
sent-
need to make sure.
Mhm.
I just want you to hear this, because
Yes,
we don't
absolutely.
need people getting dressed or being left at home. So we need
Absolutely.
Trustee Fields,
Everybody not
not
got a
everybody,
TV.
most people don't actually have regular, like, no, it's it's based on different applications now. But it doesn't include local channels. So
I will be following up with the principals. Thank you.
Thank you, Solomon. Trustee,
I-
Trustee Goodrich.
I just wanted to take the opportunity. I know that highly effective is no longer a rating in the system, and I think that was a good change, but I want to congratulate the superintendent on her highly effective evaluation tonight.
Thank you. Thank you.
Eats. I went to that. Oh, so thank you. Well, I stopped by that event for my grandkids. Mom played in the band, and it was nice. Yes, and then the choir. They got a singer on there. Oh, she gonna be something one day. Watch what I tell you. She did a solo. It was beautiful, and all of the events outside of there. It was more than what I expected to see. I'm just gonna be honest with you when I came up here. So every department, as far as like a CT, all of them were hit. They had a podcast, they were interviewing, they had cookies, they had the cosmetology, they had the rowboat, they had the drone. I mean, just had the whole hall was full, and they had people selling things. I just want to say how nice it was, and I was impressed because I walked in, I'm like, okay, what is going? I mean, I got the emails about it, but I was really impressed to see how nice it really looked. If you guys all kind of mixed that, so they had the music and the band, so it was nice. I just wanted to say that I had a chance to check it out. Thursday. I missed bowling for that. I'm just telling you.
Other board comments? The only comments that I will make are I provided each board member with a gift on the table, and you're welcome. The elected officials tour kicked off today. That was at Ypsilanti Community Middle School, and it went really well. The tour was great. We were able to talk about I was able to talk about the strategic plan, and those who attended were really impressed, and I look forward to the same tour happening again on Friday. And I want to say thanks to Dr. Zachary Ross. I'm not sure if I mentioned this at the last board meeting, but we had a partnership celebration for Making Youth Matter that was in celebration of our 10 years being in partnership with the district. So that's EMU, School of Social Work, at Ypsilanti Community Schools. It was a full house, well-attended. Representative Jimmy Wilson shared remarks at the event and presented us with a resolution from the state of Michigan for our work. And Trustee Townsend was in attendance in support of the event. So I just wanted to thank the district for their continued partnership and support. It was a well-attended event, and it was nice to see all of our students. And I think that's all I can think of right now. Dr. Zachary Ross.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, thank you, board members, for the evaluation, for the feedback. I truly appreciate it and appreciate being able to serve here and to be able to just do the work with this wonderful cabinet, with these amazing educators. We know that this work cannot be done without all the partnership, and thank you for your trust in doing this work. I'm just going to keep working with everyone. And thank you. Thank you for your trust and support. This past week, yes, Arts Beats and Eats was amazing. The scholars were amazing. And then earlier that day, and I know your grandson was there because I was on the phone with talking to you, and he was walking by. We had a group of AI ambassadors who took down the house in Lansing. We had the biggest group. They created, I don't know if you saw his shirt when they created their, first of all, I told them I was going to get them a shirt. They created polos and a hoodie. And if you see them, you will see they are beautiful. Because they said, well, we need hoodies because it's going to be hot. And we will, they gave an argument that they needed hoodies because it was going to be cold out. And so they created a hoodie with a beautiful design and logo. And then they said they need to take them off and have polos, short sleeve polos, because it's going to be another season. And it looks more professional. So, of course, they needed to have two. And so, yes, and while we were there, we kept hearing over and over and over how YCS scholars, they just kept stopping us in the hallway, just commenting on how impressed they were in the breakout sessions, because they were like answering all the questions. They were like just taking over all of the sessions across the board. And when we came back, the closing session, they had Davion stand up and like used him as an example of like, yes, and when we spoke to him, he's an entrepreneur, and like just over and over, like he stood up like that half the time of the closing piece of the example of what they meant by AI ambassador. Just that's how impressionable our scholars were. It was just amazing. And if you look on the executive director Wendy Zadeb's Facebook page, the group that you see that she took a picture of is our scholars. Look like the table. You'll just see them in their clothing. It was so just that day, because if you know, not only that happened in Lansing all day, they then came back. Most of them were part of Arts Beats and Eats, but then the middle school had the amazing. I wish, like trying to get everywhere, you couldn't, even if you tried. The middle school had the amazing concert. You can hear some of it on Facebook because they are playing, like just looking at the numbers of that choir, and they're going to have a concert later on in the year. And then Ford had an event, so you couldn't go everywhere if you tried, but just knowing what's happening across the district it just gave me chills to know what had happened on Thursday across the district. Just had me beaming with pride. And then like she was saying today, Dr. Hawkins did an amazing job representing the board, just sharing the points of pride, the talking points from the strategic plan. And just coming up real quick, Homes for the Holiday, I know you keep getting all the invites. There is somebody was saying that today. Oh, one of the people from the city of Ypsilanti, because they were inviting them. They're like, oh, tomorrow something happening at every school, huh? Like they were all inviting them to something. But tomorrow, Homes for the Holiday, December 16th, right at 6 p.m., they're having something on their brand new stage at 6 p.m. They were excited about that. The Resiliency Center holiday celebrations, December 17th from 5:30 to 7. And then the district showcase tour is December 19th. Again, all day, even though we have a half day, it's from 9 to 2:30. And you could just come in anytime. I know you have the runner show that you're going to be sending out to them. Just, you can pop in at any of those times. The nice time is for sure is at the beginning with the strategic plan part coming in during at the middle school. And then at Puentes, they were able to hear from the scholars. I know at the scholars won't be there. That's the sad part this time at lunch, but we had lunch to be able to answer questions and just hear the presentation, because a lot of people don't really know what a dual immersion program is. So we really have time while they're eating to talk about that and to answer any questions that they've had about what's going on. And then at the end, we did a wrap up. We have half days on the 18th and 19th, and then there's winter break. So we know people are looking forward to the break. And then when we come back, there's so many amazing things that are already in place that are coming up in January. Like I said, that combination choir people are looking forward to, and people are still, the DP visits authorization for our International Baccalaureate is happening. So there's so many exciting things to look forward to in 2026. So I hope that each one of you have a wonderful break as we get ready for even more things in 2026.
Thank you, Dr. Zachary Ross. Any other comments from the board? The time is 10:27 p.m.